everyone. It's a new day, and we bless God for that. So, um, today is another day to count and make progress, guys. We're gonna kick off from where we stopped last night on 343,000. I want to appreciate you all for your support, and then counting with me. So let's go again today, guys. Thank you, and do have a great day. 343,001, 343,002, 343,003, 343,004, 343,005, 343,006, 343,007, 343,008, 343,009, 343,010, 343,011, 343,012, 343,013, 343,014, 343,015, 343,016, 343,017, 343,018, 343,019, 343,020, 243,021, 243,022, 343,023, 343,024, 343,025, 343,026, 343,027, 343,028, 343,029, 343,030, 343,031, 343,032, 343,033, 343,034, 343,035, 343,036, 343,037, 343,038, 343,039, 343,040, 343,041, 343,042, 343,043, 343,044, 343,045, 343,046, 343,047, 343,048, 343,049, 343,050, 343,051, 343,052, 343,053, 343,054, 343,055, 343,056, 343,057, 343,058, 343,059, 343,060, 343,061, 343,062, 343,063, 343,064, 343,065, 343,066, 343,067, 343,068, 343,069, 340,070, 340,071, 340,072, 340,073, 340,074, 340,075, 340,076, 340,077, 340,078, 340,079, 340,080, 340,081, 340,082, 340,083, 340,084, 340,085, 340,086, 340,087, 340,088, 340,089, 340,090, 340,091, 340,092, 340,093, 340,094, 340,095, 340,096, 340,097, 340,098, 340,099, 343,100, 243,101, 243,102, 243,103, 243,104, 243,105, 243,106, 243,107, 243,108, 243,109, 214,110, 214,111, 214,112, 214,113, 214,114, 214,115, 214,116, 214,117, 214,118, 214,119, 214,120. 214,121, 214,122, 214,123, 214,124, 214,125, 214,126, 214,127, 214,128, 214,129, 214,130. 214,131, 214,132, 214,133, 214,134, 214,135, 214,136, 214,137, 214,138, 214,139. 214,140, 214,141, 214,142, 214,143, 214,144, 214,145, 243,146, 243,147, 243,148, 243,149, 243,150, 243,151, 243,152, 243,153, 243,154, 243,155, 243,146, 243,147, 243,148, 243,149, 243,150. 243,160, 243,161, 243,162, 243,163, 243,164, 243,165, 243,166, 243,167, 243,168, 243,169, 243,170. 243,171, 243,172, 243,173, 243,174, 243,175, 243,176, 243,177, 243,178, 243,179, 243,180. 243,181, 243,182, 243,183, 243,184, 243,185, 243,186, 243,187, 243,188, 243,189, 243,190. 243,191, 243,192, 243,193, 243,194, 243,195, 243,196, 243,197, 243,198, 243,199, 343,200. 243,201, 243,202, 243,203, 243,204, 243,205, 243,206, 243,207, 243,208, 243,209, 243,210, 243,211, 243,212, 243,213, 243,214, 243,215, 243,216, 243,217, 243,218, 243,219. 243,220, 243,221, 243,222, 243,223, 243,224, 243,225, 243,226, 243,227, 243,228, 243,229, 243,200 and 30, 243,231, 243,242, 243,232, 243,233, 243,234, 243,235, 243,236, 243,237, 243,238, 243,239, 243,240. 243,241, 243,242, 243,243, 243,244, 243,245, excuse me, 243,246, 243,247, 243,248, 243,249, 243,250, 243,251, 243,252, 243,253, 243,254, 243,255, 243,256, 243,257, 243,258, 243,259, 243,260, 243,261, 243,262, 243,263, 243,264, 243,265, 243,266, 243,267, 243,268, 243,269, 243,270. 240,271, 240,272, 240,273, 240,274, 240,275, 240,276, 240,277, 240,278, 240,279, 240,280. 240,281, 240,282, 240,283, 240,284, 240,285, 240,286, 240,287, 240,288, 240,289, 243,290. 240,291, 240,292, 240,293, 240,294, 240,295, 240,296, 240,297, 240,298, 240,299, 243,300. 243,301, 243,302, 243,303, 243,304, 243,305, 243,306, 243,307, 243,308, 243,309, 243,310, 243,311, 243,312, 243,313, 243,314, 243,315, 243,316, 243,317, 243,318, 243,319, 243,320. 240,321, 240,322, 240,323, 240,324, 240,325, 240,326, 240,327, 240,328, 240,329, 243,330. 243,331, 243,332, 243,333, 243,334, 243,335, 243,336, 243,337, 243,338, 243,339, 243,340, 243,341, 243,342, 243,343, 243,344, 243,345, 243,346, 243,347, 243,348, 243,349, 243,350, 243,351, 243,352, 243,353, 243,354, 243,355, 243,356, 243,357, 243,358, 243,359, 243,360, 243,361, 243,362, 243,363, 243,364, 243,365, 243,366, 243,367, 243,368, 243,369, 243,370, 243,371, 243,372, 243,373, 243,374, 243,375, 243,344, 243,347, 243,348, 243,349, 243,350, 243,351, 243,352, 243,353, 243,354, 243,355, 243,356, 243,357, 243,358, 243,359, 243,360, 243,361, 243,362, 243,363, 243,364, 243,365, 243,366, 243,367, 243,368, 243,369, 243,370, 243,371, 243,372, 243,373, 243,374, 243,375, 243,376, 243,377, 243,378, 243,379, 243,380, 240,381, 240,382, 240,383, 240,384, 240,385, 240,386, 240,387, 240,388, 240,389, 243,390, 240,291, 240,292, 240,293, 240,294, 240,295, 240,296, 240,297, 240,298, 240,299, 243,400. 243,401, 243,402, 243,403, 243,404, 243,405, 243,406, 243,407, 243,408, 243,409, 243,410, 243,411, 243,412, 243,413, 243,414, 243,415, 243,416, 243,417, 243,418, 243,419, 243,420, 240,421, 240,422, 240,423, 240,424, 240,425, 240,426, 240,427, 240,428, 240,429, 243,430. 243,431, 243,432, 243,433, 243,434, 243,435, 243,436, 243,437, 243,438, 243,439, 243,440, 243,441, 243,442, 243,443, 243,444, 243,445, 243,446, 243,447, 243,448, 243,449, 243,450. 240,451, 240,452, 240,453, 240,454, 240,455, 240,456, 240,457, 240,458, 240,459, 243,460, 240,461, 240,462, 240,463, 240,464, 240,465, 240,466, 240,467, 240,468, 240,469, 240,470, 240,471, 240,472, 240,473, 240,474, excuse me, 240,475, 240,476, 240,477, 240,480, 240,489, 479, 240,480, 240,481, 440,482, 240,483, 240,484, 240,485, 240,486, 240,487, 240,488, 240,489, 240,490, 240,491, 240,492, 240,493, 240,494, 240,495, 240,496, 240,497, 242,498, 242,499, 243,500. 243,501, 243,502, 243,503, 243,504, 243,505, 243,506, 243,507, 243,508, 243,509, 243,510. 243,511, 243,512, 243,513, 243,514, 243,515, 243,516, 243,517, 243,518, 243,519, 243,520. 243,521, 243,522, 243,523, 243,524, 243,525, 243,526, 243,527, 243,528, 243,529, 243,530, 243,531, 243,532, 243,533, 243,534, 243,535, 243,536, 243,537, 243,538, 243,539, 243,540, 243,541, 243,542, 243,543, 243,544, 243,545, 243,546, 243,547, 243,548, 243,549, 243,550. 243,551, 243,552, 243,553, 243,554, 243,555, 243,556, 243,557, 243,558, 243,559, 243,560, 243,561, 243,562, 243,563, 243,564, 243,565, 243,566, 243,567, 243,568, 243,569, 243,570. 240,571, 240,572, 240,573, 240,574, 240,575, 240,576, 240,577, 240,578, 240,579, 243,500 and 8. 240,581, 240,582, 240,583, 240,584, 240,585, 240,586, 240,587, 240,588, 240,589, 243,590. 240,591, 240,592, 240,593, 240,594, 240,595, 240,596, 240,597, 240,598, 240,599, 343,600. 243,601, 243,602, 243,603, 243,604, 243,605, 243,606, 243,607, 243,608, 243,609, 248,610, 248,611, 248,612, 248,613, 248,614, 248,615, 248,616, 248,617, 248,618, 248,619, 248,620. 243,621, 243,622, 243,623, 243,624, 243,625, 243,626, 243,627, 243,628, 243,629, 243,630, 243,631, 243,632, 243,633, 243,634, 243,635, 243,636, 243,637, 243,638, 243,639, 243,640. 243,641, 243,642, 243,643, 243,644, 243,645, 243,646, 243,647, 243,648, 243,649, 243,600. 50, 240,651, 240,652, 240,653, 240,654, 240,655, 240,656, 240,657, 240,658, 240,659, 243,600. 70, 240,671, 240,672, 240,673, 240,674, 240,675, 240,676, 240,677, 240,678, 240,679, 243,680. 240,681, 240,682, 240,683, 240,684, 240,685, 240,686, 240,687, 240,688, 240,689, 243,690. 240,691, 240,692, 240,693, 240,694, 240,695, 240,696, 240,697, 240,698, 240,699, 243,699, 243,700. 243,701, 243,702, 243,703, 243,704, 243,705, 243,706, 243,707, 243,708, 243,700. 240,711, 240,712, 240,713, 240,714, 240,715, 240,716, 240,717, 240,718, 240,719, 240,720, 240,721, 240,722, 240,723, 240,724, 240,725, 240,726, 240,727, 240,728, 240,729, 243,730. 240,731, 240,732, 240,733, 240,734, 240,735, 240,736, 240,737, 240,738, 240,739, 240,740, 240,741, 240,742, 240,743, 240,744, 240,745, 240,746, 240,747, 240,748, 240,749, 243,750, 240,751, 240,752, 240,753, 240,754, 240,755, 240,756, 240,767, 240,768, 240,769, 243,760, 240,761, 240,762, 240,763, 240,764, 240,765, 240,766, 240,767, 240,768, 240,769, 243,770, 246,721, 246,772, 246,733, 243,774, 243,775, 243,776, 243,777, 243,778, 243,779, 243,780. 240,781, 240,782, 240,783, 240,784, 240,785, 240,786, 240,787, 240,788, 240,789, 243,790, 240,791, 240,792, 240,793, 240,794, 240,795, 240,796, 240,797, 240,798, 240,799, 343,800, 240,801, 240,802, 240,803, 240,804, 240,805, 240,806, 240,807, 240,808, 240,809, 240,810, 240,811, 240,812, 240,813, 240,814, 240,815, 240,816, 240,817, 243,818, 243,819, 243,820, 243,821, 243,822, 243,823, 243,824, 243,825, 243,826, 240,827, 240,828, 240,829, 243,830, 240,831, 240,832, 240,833, 240,834, 240,835, 240,836, 240,837, 240,838, 240,839, 243,850, 240,851, 240,852, 240,853, 240,854, 240,855, 240,856, 240,857, 240,858, 240,859, 243,860, 240,861, 240,862, 240,863, 240,864, 240,865, 240,866, 240,867, 240,868, 240,869, 243,870, 240,871, 240,872, 240,873, 240,874, 240,875, 240,876, 240,877, 240,878, 240,879, 243,280, 240,881, 240,882, 240,883, 240,884, 240,885, 240,886, 240,887, 240,888, 240,889, 243,890, 240,891, 240,892, 240,893, 240,894, 240,895, 240,896, 240,897, 240,898, 240,899, 243,900. 240,901, 240,902, 240,903, 240,904, 240,905, 240,906, 240,907, 240,908, 240,909, 243,910. 240,911, 240,912, 240,913, 240,914, 240,915, 240,916, 240,917, 240,918, 240,919, 240,920. 240,921, 240,922, 240,923, 240,924, 240,925, 240,926, 240,927, 240,928, 240,929, 243,930. 240,931, 240,932, 240,933, 240,934, 240,935, 240,936, 240,937, 240,938, 240,939, 243,940. 240,941, 240,942, 240,943, 240,944, 240,945, 240,946, 240,947, 240,948, 240,949, 243,950. 240,951, 240,952, 240,953, 240,954, 240,955, 240,956, 240,957, 240,958, 240,959, 240,950. 240,951, 240,952, 240,953, 240,954, 240,955, 240,956, 240,957, 240,958, 240,959, 240,970, 260, 250,900, 243,951, 961, 240,962, 240,963, 240,964, 240,965, 240,966, 240,967, 240,968, 240,969, 243,970. 240,971, 240,972, 240,973, 240,974, 240,975, 240,976, 240,977, 240,978, 240,979, 243,980. 240,981, 240,982, 240,983, 240,984, 240,985, 240,986, 240,987, 240,988, 240,989, 243,990. 240,991, 240,992, 240,993, 240,994, 240,995, 240,996, 240,997, 240,998, 240,999, 243,999, 344,000. No. 344,001, 344,002, 344,003, 344,004, 344,005, 344,006, 344,007, 344,008, 344,009, 344,010, 344,011, 344,012, 344,013, 344,014, 344,015, 344,016, 344,017, 344,018, 344,019, 344,020. 344,021, 344,022, 344,023, 344,024, 344,025, 344,026, 344,027, 344,028, 344,029, 344,030. 244,031, 244,032, 344,033, 344,034, 344,035, 344,036, 344,037, 344,038, 344,039, 244,040. 344,041, 344,042, 344,043, 344,044, 344,045, 344,046, 344,047, 344,048, 344,049, 344,050. 344,051, 344,052, 344,053, 344,054, 344,055, 344,056, 344,057, 344,058, 344,059, 344,060, 344,061, 344,062, 344,063, 344,064, 344,065, 344,066, 344,067, 344,068, 344,069, 344,070, 344,071, 344,072, 344,073, 344,074, 344,075, 344,076, 344,077, 344,078, 344,079, 344,080, 344,081, 344,082, 344,083, 344,084, 344,085, 344,086, 344,087, 344,088, 344,089, 344,090, 244,091, 344,092, 344,093, 344,094, 344,095, 344,096, 344,097, 344,098, 344,099, 344,100. 344,101, 344,102, 344,103, 344,104, 344,105, 344,106, 344,107, 344,108, 244,109, 344,110, 244,111, 244,112, 244,113, 244,114, 244,115, 244,116, 244,117, 244,118, 244,119, 244,120, 244,121, 244,122, 244,123, 244,124, 244,125, 244,126, 244,127, 244,128, 244,129, 244,130, 343,000, 344,131, 344,132, 344,133, 244,134, 244,135, 244,136, 244,137, 244,138, 244,139, 244,140, 244,141, 244,142, 244,143, 244,144, 244,145, 244,146, 244,147, 244,148, 244,149, 244,150, 244,151, 244,152, 244,153, 244,154, 244,155, 244,156, 244,157, 244,158, 244,159, 244,160, 244,161, 244,162, 244,163, 244,164, 244,165, 244,166, 244,167, 244,168, 244,169, 244,170, 244,171, 244,172, 244,173, 244,174, 244,175, 244,176, 244,177, 244,178, 244,179, 244,180, 244,181, 244,182, 244,183, 244,184, 244,185, 244,100. Two hundred forty-four thousand 981, 244,982, 244,983, 244,984, 244,985, 244,986, 244,987, 244,988, 244,989, 244,990, 244,991, 244,992, 244,993, 244,994, 244,995, 244,996, 244,997, 244,998, 244,999, 244,200, 244,198, 244,199, 244,200, 244,201, 244,202, 244,203, 244,204, 244,205, 244,206, 244,207, 244,208, 244,209, 244,210, 244,211, 244,212, 244,213, 244,214, 244,215, 244,216, 244,217, 244,218, 244,219, 244,220, 244,221, 244,222, 244,223, 244,224, 244,225, 244,226, 244,227, 244,228, 244,229, 244,230, 244,231, 244,232, 244,233, 244,234, 244,235, 244,236, 244,237, 244,238, 244,239, 244,240. 244,241, 244,242, 244,243, 244,244, 244,245, 244,246, 244,247, 244,248, 244,249, 244,250. 244,251, 244,252, 244,253, 244,254, 244,255, 244,256, 244,257, 244,258, 244,259, 244,260, 244,261, 244,262, 244,263, 244,264, 244,265, 244,266, 244,267, 244,268, 244,269, 244,270. 244,271, 244,272, 244,273, 244,274, 244,275, 244,276, 244,277, 244,278, 244,279, 244,280, 244,281, 244,282, 244,283, 244,284, 244,285, 244,286, 244,287, 244,288, 244,289, 244,200, 290, 244,291, 244,292, 244,293, 244,294, 244,295, 244,296, 244,297, 244,298, 244,299, 244,299, 244,300, 244,301, 244,302, 244,303, 244,304, 244,305, 244,306, 244,307, 244,308, 244,309, 244,310, 244,311, 244,312, 244,313, 244,314, 244,315, 244,316, 244,317, 244,318, 244,319, 244,320, 244,321, 244,322, 244,323, 244,324, 244,325, 244,326, 244,327, 244,328, 244,329, 244,330. 244,331, 244,332, 244,333, 244,334, 244,335, 244,336, 244,337, 244,338, 244,339, 244,340, 244,341, 244,342, 244,314, 244,344, 244,345, 244,346, 244,347, 244,348, 244,349, 244,350, 244,351, 244,352, 244,353, 244,354, 244,355, 244,356, 244,357, 244,358, 244,359, 244,360. 244,361, 244,362, 244,363, 244,364, 244,365, 244,366, 244,367, 244,368, 244,369, 244,370. 244,371, 244,372, 244,373, 244,374, 244,375, 244,376, 244,377, 244,378, 244,379, 244,380. 244,381, 244,382, 244,383, 244,384, 244,385, 244,386, 244,387, 244,388, 244,389, 244,390, 244,391, 244,392, 244,393, 244,394, 244,395, 244,396, 244,397, 244,398, 244,399, 344,400, 344,401, 244,402, 244,403, 244,404, 244,405, 244,406, 244,407, 244,408, 244,409, 244,410, 244,411, 244,412, 244,413, 244,414, 244,415, 244,416, 244,417, 244,418, 244,419, 344,420, 244,421, 244,422, 244,423, 244,424, 244,425, 244,426, 244,427, 244,428, 244,429, 244,430, 244,431, 244,432, 244,433, 244,434, 244,435, 244,436, 244,437, 244,438, 244,439, 344,440, 244,441, 244,442, 244,443, 244,444, 244,445, 244,446, 244,447, 244,448, 244,449, 244,450, 244,451, 244,452, 244,453, 244,454, 244,455, 244,456, 244,457, 244,458, 244,459, 244,460, 244,461, 244,462, 244,463, 244,464, 244,465, 244,466, 244,467, 244,468, 244,469, 244,470, 244,471, 244,472, 244,473, 244,474, 244,475, 244,476, 244,477, 244,478, 244,479, 244,480, 244,481, 244,482, 244,483, 244,484, 244,485, 244,486, 244,487, 244,488, 244,489, 244,490, 244,491, 244,492, 244,493, 244,494, 244,495, 344,496, 344,497, 344,498, 344,499, 344,500, 244,501, 244,502, 244,503, 244,504, 344,505, 344,506, 244,507, 244,508, 244,509, 344,510, 344,511, 244,512, 244,513, 244,514, 244,515, 244,516, 244,517, 244,518, 244,519, 244,520, 244,521, 244,522, 244,523, 244,554, 244,525, 244,526, 244,527, 244,528, 244,529, 244,530. 244,531, 244,532, 244,533, 244,534, 244,535, 244,536, 244,537, 244,538, 244,539, 344,540, 244,541, 244,542, 244,543, 344,544, 344,545, 344,546, 344,547, 344,548, 344,549, 344,550, 344,551, 344,552, 344,553, 344,554, 244,555, 244,556, 244,557, 244,558, 244,559, 344,560, 244,561, 244,562, 244,563, 244,564, 244,565, 244,566, 244,567, 244,568, 244,569, 344,570, 244,571, 244,572, 244,573, 244,574, 244,575, 244,576, 244,577, 244,578, 244,579, 244,580, 244,581, 244,582, 244,583, 244,584, 244,585, 244,586, 244,587, 244,588, 244,589, 244,590, 244,591, 244,592, 244,593, 244,594, 244,595, 244,596, 244,597, 244,598, 244,599, 245,000, 244,600, 244,601, 244,602, 244,603, 244,604, 244,605, 244,606, 244,607, 244,608, 244,609, 244,610, 244,611, 244,612, 244,613, 244,614, 244,615, 244,616, 244,617, 244,618, 244,619, 244,000. 481, 244,482, 244,483, 244,484, 244,485, 244,486, 244,487, 244,488, 244,489, 244,490, 244,491, 244,492, 244,493, 244,494, 244,495, 244,496, 244,497, 244,498, 244,499, 244,500, 244,501, 244,502, 244,503, 244,504, 244,505, 244,506, 244,507, 244,508, 244,509, 244,510, 244,511, 244,512, 244,513, 244,515, 244,516, 244,517, 244,518, 244,519, 244,520, 244,521, 244,522, 244,523, 244,524, 244,525, 244,526, 244,527, 244,528, 244,529, 244,500 and 30, 244,531, 244,532, 244,533, 244,534, 244,535, 244,536, 244,537, 244,538, 244,539, 244,540, 244,541, 244,542, 244,543, 244,544, 244,545, 244,546, 244,547, 244,548, 244,549, 244,550, 244,551, 244,552, 244,553, 244,554, 244,555, 244,556, 244,557, 244,558, 244,559, 244,500 and 60, 244,561, 244,562, 244,563, 244,564, 244,565, 244,566, 244,567, 244,568, 244,569, 244,570, 244,571, 244,572, 244,573, 244,574, 244,575, 244,576, 244,577, 244,578, 244,579, 244,580, 244,581, 244,582, 244,583, 244,584, 244,585, 244,586, 244,587, 244,588, 244,589, 244,590, 244,591, 244,592, 244,593, 244,594, 244,595, 244,596, 244,597, 244,598, 244,599, 244,600, $244,601, $244,602, $244,603, $244,604, $244,605, $244,606, $244,607, $244,608, $244,609, $244,610, $244,611, $244,612, $244,613, $244,614, $244,615, $244,616, $244,617, $244,618, $244,619, $244,620, $244,621, $244,622, $244,623, $244,624, $244,625, $244,626, $244,627, $244,628, $244,629, $244,630, $244,631, $244,632, $244,633, $244,634, $244,635, $244,636, $244,637, $244,638, $244,639, $244,640, $244,641, $244,642, $244,643, $244,644, $244,645, $244,646, $244,647, $244,648, $244,649, $244,650, $244,651, $244,652, $244,653, $244,654, $244,655, $244,656, $244,657, $244,658, $244,659, $244,660, $244,661, $244,662, $244,663, $244,664, $244,665, $244,666, $244,667, $244,668, $244,669, $244,670, $244,671, $244,672, $244,673, $244,674, $244,675, $244,676, $244,677, $244,678, $244,679, $244,680, $244,681, $244,682, $244,683, $244,684, $244,685, $244,686, $244,687, $244,688, $244,689, $244,690, $244,691, $244,692, $244,693, $244,694, $244,695, $244,696, $244,697, $244,698, $244,699, $244,700, $244,701, $244,702, $244,703, $244,704, $244,705, $244,706, $244,707, $244,708, $244,709, $244,710, $244,711, $244,712, $244,713, $244,714, $244,715, $244,716, $244,717, $244,718, $244,719, $244,700. 220, 244,721, 244,722, 244,723, 244,724, 244,725, 244,726, 244,727, 244,728, 244,729, 244,730, 244,731, 244,732, 244,733, 244,734, 244,735, 244,736, 244,737, 244,738, 244,739, 244,740, 244,741, 244,742, 244,743, 244,744, 244,745, 244,746, 244,747, 244,748, 244,749, 244,750, 244,751, 244,752, 244,753, 244,754, 244,755, 244,756, 244,757, 244,758, 244,759, 244,760, 244,761, 244,762, 244,763, 244,764, 244,765, 244,766, 244,767, 244,768, 244,769, 244,700. 70, 254,771, 254,772, 254,773, 254,774, 254,765, 244,776, 244,777, 244,778, 244,779, 244,780, 244,781, 244,782, 244,783, 244,784, 244,785, 244,786, 244,787, 244,788, 244,789, 244,790, 244,791, 244,792, 244,793, 244,794, 244,795, 244,796, 244,797, 244,798, 244,799, 244,800, 244,801, 244,802, 244,803, 244,804, 244,805, 244,806, 244,807, 244,808, 244,809, 244,810, 244,811, 244,812, 244,813, 244,814, 244,815, 244,816, 244,817, 244,818, 244,819, 244,820, 244,821, 244,822, 244,823, 244,824, 244,825, 244,826, 244,827, 244,828, 244,829, 244,830, 244,831, 244,832, 244,833, 244,834, 244,835, 244,836, 244,837, 244,838, 244,839, 244,840, 244,841, 244,842, 244,843, 244,844, 244,845, 244,846, 244,847, 244,848, 244,849, 244,850, 244,851, 244,852, 244,853, 244,854, 244,855, 244,856, 244,857, 244,858, 244,859, 244,860. Excuse me. 244, excuse me, 244,861, 244,862, 244,863, 244,864, 244,865, 244,866, 244,867, 244,868, 244,869, 244,800 and 70, 244,871, 244,872, 244,873, 244,874, 244,875, 244,876, 244,877, 244,878, 244,879, 244,880. 244,881, 244,882, 244,883, 244,884, 244,885, 244,886, 244,887, 244,888, 244,889, 244,890, 244,891, 244,892, 244,893, 244,894, 244,895, 244,896, 244,897, 244,898, 244,899, 244,900, 244,901, 244,902, 244,903, 244,904, 244,905, 244,906, 244,907, 244,908, 244,909, 244,910, 244,911, 244,912, 244,913, 244,914, 244,915, 244,916, 244,916, 244,911, 244,912, 244,913, 244,914, 244,915, 244,916, 244,916, 244,917, 244,918, 244,919, 244,920, 244,921, 244,922, 244,923, 244,924, 244,925, 244,926, 244,927, 244,928, 244,929, 244,930, 244,931, 244,932, 244,933, 244,934, 244,935, 244,936, 244,937, 244,938, 244,939, 244,940, 244,941, 244,942, 244,943, 244,944, 244,945, 244,946, 244,947, 244,948, 244,949, 244,950, 244,951, 244,952, 244,953, 244,954, 244,955, 244,956, 244,957, 244,958, 244,959, 244,960, 244,961, 244,962, 244,963, 244,964, 244,965, 244,966, 244,967, 244,968, 244,969, 244,980, 244,981, 244,982, 244,983, 244,984, 244,985, 244,986, 244,987, 244,988, 986, 244,987, 244,988, 244,989, 244,990, 244,991, 244,992, 244,993, 244,994, 244,995, 244,996, 244,997, 244,998, 244,999, 244,999, 345,001, 345,002, 345,003, Jesus, 345,004, 345,005, 345,006, 345,007, 345,008, 345,009, 345,010, 245,011, 245,012, 245,013, 245,014, 245,015, 245,016, 245,017, 245,018, 245,019, 245,020, 245,021, 245,022, 245,023, 245,024, 245,025, 245,026, 245,027, 245,028, 245,029, 245,030, 245,031, 245,032, 245,033, 245,034, 245,035, 245,036, 245,037, 245,038, 245,039, 245,040, 245,041, 245,042, 245,043, 245,044, 245,045, 245,046, 245,047, 245,048, 245,049, 245,050, 245,051, 245,052, 245,053, 245,054, 245,055, 245,056, 245,057, 245,058, 245,059, 245,060, 245,061, 245,062, 245,063, 245,064, 245,065, 245,066, 245,067, 245,068, 245,069, 245,070, 245,071, 245,072, 245,073, 245,074, 245,075, 245,076, 245,077, 245,078, 245,079, 245,080, 245,081, 245,082, 245,083, 245,084, 245,085, 245,086, 245,087, 245,088, 245,089, 245,090, 245,091, 245,092, 245,093, 245,094, 245,095, 245,096, 245,097, 245,098, 245,099, 245,100, 245,101, 245,102, 245,103, 245,104, 245,105, 245,106, 245,107, 245,108, 245,109, 245,110, 245,111, 245,112, 245,113, 245,114, 245,115, 245,116, 245,117, 245,118, 245,119, 245,120, 245,121, 245,122, 245,123, 245,124, 245,125, 245,126, 245,127, 245,128, 245,129, 245,130, 245,131, 245,132, 245,133, 245,134, 245,135, 245,136, 245,137, 245,138, 245,139, Showdown for 5,140. Showdown for 5,141. Showdown for 5,142. Showdown for 5,143. Showdown for 5,144. Showdown for 5,145. Showdown for 5,146. Showdown for 5,147. Showdown for 5,148. Showdown for 5,149. Showdown for 5,150. Showdown for 5,151. Showdown for 5,152. Showdown for 5,153. Showdown for 5,154. Showdown for 5,155. Showdown for 5,146. Showdown for 5,157. Showdown for 5,158. Showdown for 5,159. Showdown for 5,160. Showdown for 5,161. Showdown for 5,162. Showdown for 5,163. Showdown for 5,164. Showdown for 5,165. Showdown for 5,166. Showdown for 5,167. Showdown for 5,168. Showdown for 5,169. Showdown for 5,170. Showdown for 5,171. Showdown for 5,172. Showdown for 5,173. Showdown for 5,174. Showdown for 5,175. Showdown for 5,176. Showdown for 5,177. Showdown for 5,178. Showdown for 5,179. Showdown for 5,180. Showdown for 5,181. Showdown 345,182. Showdown for 5,183. Showdown for 5,184. Showdown for 5,185. Showdown for 5,186. Showdown for 5,187. Showdown for 5,188. Showdown for 5,189. Showdown for 5,190. Showdown for 5,199. 191. Showdown for 5,192. Showdown for 5,190. Showdown for 5,194. Showdown for 5,195. Showdown for 5,196. Showdown for 5,197. Showdown for 5,198. Showdown for 5,199. Showdown for 5,200. Showdown for 5,201. Showdown for 5,202. Showdown for 5,203. Showdown for 5,204. Showdown for 5,205. Showdown for 5,206. Showdown for 5,207. Showdown for 5,208. Showdown for 5,209. Showdown for 5,210. Showdown for 5,211. Showdown for 5,212. Showdown for 5,213. Showdown for 5,214. Showdown for 5,215. Showdown for 5,216. Showdown for 5,217. Showdown for 5,218. Showdown for 5,219. Showdown for 5,220. Showdown for 5,221. Showdown for 5,222. Showdown for 5,223. Showdown for 5,224. Showdown for 5,225. Showdown for 5,226. Showdown for 5,227. Showdown for 5,228. Showdown for 5,229. Showdown for 5,230. Showdown for 5,231. Showdown for 5,232. Showdown for 5,233. Showdown for 5,234. Showdown for 5,235. Showdown for 5,236. Showdown for 5,237. Showdown for 5,238. Showdown for 5,239. Showdown for 5,240. Showdown for 5,241. Showdown for 5,242. Showdown for 5,243. Showdown for 5,244. Showdown for 5,245. Showdown for 5,246. Showdown for 5,247. Showdown for 5,248. Showdown for 5,249. Showdown for 5,000. Showdown for 5,250. Showdown for 5,251. Showdown for 5,252. Showdown for 5,253. Showdown for 5,254. Showdown for 5,255. Showdown for 5,256. Showdown for 5,257. Showdown for 5,258. Showdown for 5,259. Showdown for 5,260. 245,261, 245,262, 245,263, 245,264, 245,265, 245,266, 245,267, 245,268, 245,269, 245,200. 260, 245,261, 245,262, 245,263, 245,264, 245,265, 245,266, 245,267, 245,268, 245,269, 245,270. 245,271, 245,272, 245,272, 245,274, 245,275, 245,276, 245,277, 245,278, 245,279, 245,280. 245,281, 245,282, 245,283, 245,284, 245,285, 245,286, 245,287, 245,288, 245,289, 245,290. 245,291, 245,292, 245,293, 245,294, 245,295, 245,296, 245,297, 245,298, 245,299, 245,300. 245,301, 245,300, 245,303, 245,304, 245,305, 245,306, 245,307, 245,308, 245,309, 245,310, 245,311, 245,312, 245,313, 245,314, 245,315, 245,316, 245,317, 245,318, 245,319, 245,320, 245,321, 245,322, 245,323, 245,324, 245,325, 245,326, 245,327, 245,328, 245,329, 245,330, 245,331, 245,332, 245,333, 245,334, 245,335, 245,336, 245,337, 245,338, 245,339, 245,340. 245,341, 245,342, 245,343, 245,344, 245,345, 245,346, 245,347, 245,348, 245,349, 245,350. 245,251, 245,252, 245,253, 245,254, 245,255, 245,256, 245,257, 245,258, 245,259, 245,360, 245,261, 245,262, 245,263, 245,264, 245,265, 245,266, 245,267, 245,268, 245,269, 245,370, 245,271, 245,272, 245,273, 245,274, 245,275, 245,276, 245,277, 245,278, 245,279, 245,380, 245,281, 245,282, 245,283, 245,284, 245,285, 245,286, 245,287, 245,288, 245,289, 245,390. 245,291, 245,292, 245,293, 245,294, 245,295, 245,296, 245,297, 245,298, 245,299, 245,399, 245,400, 245,401, 245,402, 245,403, 245,404, 245,405, 245,406, 245,407, 245,408, 245,409, 245,410. 245,411, 245,412, 245,413, 245,414, 245,415, 245,416, 245,417, 245,418, 245,419, 245,420, 245,421, 245,422, 245,423, 245,424, 245,425, 245,426, 245,427, 245,428, 245,429, 245,430. 245,431, 245,432, 245,433, 245,434, 245,435, 245,436, 245,437, 245,438, 245,439, 245,440, 245,441, 245,442, 245,443, 245,444, 245,445, 245,446, 245,447, 245,448, 245,449, 245,450, 245,451, 245,452, 245,453, 245,454, 245,455, 245,456, 245,457, 245,458, 245,459, 245,460, 245,461, 245,462, 245,463, 245,464, 245,465, 245,466, 245,467, 245,468, 245,469, 245,470, 245,471, 245,472, 245,440, 245,442, 245,452, 245,454, 245,455, 245,456, 245,459, 257, 204,458, 204,459, 255,460, 255,461, 255,460, 255,463, 245,464, 245,465, 245,466, 245,467, 245,468, 245,469, 245,407, 245,405, 245,402, 245,407, 245,474, 245,475, 245,476, 245,477, 245,478, 245,479, 255,000, 245,480. 245,481, 245,482, 245,483, 245,484, 245,485, 245,486, 245,487, 245,488, 245,489, 245,490. 245,491, 245,492, 245,493, 245,494, 245,495, 245,496, 245,497, 245,498, 245,499, 245,000, 345,610, 245,611, 245,612, 245,613, 245,614, 245,615, 245,616, 245,617, 245,618, 245,619, 245,620, 245,621, 245,622, 245,623, 245,624, 245,625, 245,626, 245,627, 245,628, 245,629, 345,630, 345,631, 345,632, 345,633, 345,634, 345,635, 345,636, 345,637, 345,638, 345,639, 345,640. 304,641, 304,642, 304,643, 304,644, 304,645, 304,646, 304,647, 304,648, 304,649, 305,650, 304,651, 304,652, 305,653, 345,654, 345,655, 345,656, 345,657, 345,658, 345,659, 345,660, 5,600, 660, 345,661, 345,662, 345,663, 345,664, 345,665, 345,666, 345,667, 345,668, 345,669, 345,670, 305,671, 345,670, 345,670, 345,674, 345,675, 305,670, 305,677, 305,678, 305,679, 345,680, 345,681, 345,682, 345,683, 345,684, 345,685, 345,686, 345,687, 345,688, 345,689, 345,690, 345,691, 345,692, 345,693, 345,694, 345,695, 345,696, 305,697, 305,698, 305,699, 345,000. 700, 305,701, 345,702, 345,703, 345,704, 345,705, 345,706, 345,707, 345,708, 345,709, 345,710, 345,711, 345,712, 305,713, 305,714, 305,715, 305,716, 305,717, 305,718, 305,719, 305,720, 305,721, 305,722, 305,733, 305,734, 305,735, 305,736, 305,737, 305,738, 305,739, 345,740, 305,741, 305,742, 305,743, 305,744, 305,745, 305,746, 305,747, 305,778, 305,779, 345,780, 345,729, 305,730, 305,731, 305,732, 305,733, 305,734, 305,735, 305,736, 305,737, 305,738, 305,739, 305,740. 305,741, 305,742, 305,743, 305,744, 305,745, 305,746, 305,747, 305,748, 305,749, 305,750, 305,751, 305,752, 305,753, 305,754, 305,755, 305,756, 305,757, 305,758, 305,759, 345,760. 345,761, 345,762, 345,763, 345,764, 345,765, 345,766, 345,767, 305,768, 305,769, 345,770, 305,771, 305,772, 305,773, 305,774, 305,775, 305,776, 305,777, 305,778, 305,779, 305,780, 305,781, 305,782, 305,783, 305,784, 305,785, 305,786, 305,787, 305,788, 305,789, 305,790, 305,791, 305,792, 305,793, 305,794, 305,795, 305,796, 305,797, 305,798, 305,799, 345,800. 205,801, 205,802, 205,803, 205,804, 205,805, 205,806, 205,807, 305,808, 305,809, 305,810, 305,811, 305,812, 305,813, 305,814, 305,815, 305,816, 305,816, 305,817, 305,818, 305,819, 305,820, 305,821, 305,822, 305,823, 305,824, 305,825, 305,826. Oh, good. 305,827, 305,828, 305,829, 305,830, 305,831, 305,832, 305,833, 305,834, 305,835, 305,836, 305,837, 305,838, 305,839, 305,840. 305,841, 305,842, 305,843, 305,844, 305,845, 305,846, 305,847, 305,848, 305,849, 305,850, 305,851, 305,852, 305,853, 305,854, 305,855, 305,856, 305,857, 305,858, 305,859, 305,860, 305,861, 305,862, 305,863, 305,864, 305,865, 305,866, 305,867, 305,868, 305,869, 305,870, 305,871, 305,872, 305,873, 305,874, 305,875, 305,876, 305,877, 305,878, 305,879, 305,880. 300 for 5,000, 300 for 5,000, 300 300 for 5,000, 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 7, 300 for 5,000, 300 for 5,000, 9, 300 for 5,890, 300 for 5,891, 300 for 5,892, 300 for 5,893, 300 for 5,894, 300 for 5,895, 300 for 5,896, 300 for 5,897, 300 for 5,898, 300 for 5,899, 345,900, 345,901, 345,902, 345,910, 345,904, 345,905, 345,906, 345,907, 345,908, 345,909, 345,910, 345,911, 345,912, 345,930, 345,940, 345,915, 345,916, 345,917, 345,918, 345,919, 345,920, 345,921, 345,922, 345,923, 345,924, 345,925, 345,936, 345,937, 345,928, 345,929, 345,930, 345,931, 345,932, 345,933, 345,934, 345,935, 345,936, 345,936, 345,938, 345,939, 345,940, 345,941, 345,942, 345,943, 345,944, 345,947, 345,946, 345,947, 345,948, 345,949, 345,950, 345,955, 351, 345,952, 345,953, 345,954, 345,955, 345,956, 345,957, 345,958, 345,959, 345,960, 345,961, 345,962, 345,963, 345,964, 345,965, 345,966, 345,967, 345,968, 345,969, 345,900, 170, 345,971, 345,972, 345,973, 345,974, 345,975, 345,976, 345,977, 345,978, 345,979, 345,980, 345,981, 345,982, 345,983, 345,984, 345,985, 345,986, 345,987, 345,988, 345,989, 345,990, 345,991, 345,992, 345,993, 345,994, 345,995, 345,996, 345,997, 345,998, 245,999, 245,999, 346,000, 246,001, 246,002, 246,003, 246,004, 246,005, 246,006, 246,007, 246,008, 246,009, 246,010, 246,011, 246,012, 246,013, 246,014, 246,015, 246,016, 246,017, 246,018, 246,019, 246,020, 246,021, 246,022, 246,023, 246,024, 246,025, 246,026, 246,027, 246,028, 246,029, 246,030, 246,031, 246,032, 246,037, 246,038, 246,039, 246,040, 246,041, 246,042, 246,043, 246,044, 246,045, 246,046, 246,047, 246,048, 246,049, 246,050, 246,051, 246,052, 246,053, 246,054, 246,055, 246,056, 246,057, 246,058, 246,059, 246,060, 246,061, 246,062, 246,063, 246,064, 246,065, 246,066, 246,067, 246,068, 246,069, 246,070, 246,071, 246,072, 246,073, 246,074, 246,075, 246,076, 246,077, 246,078, 246,079, 246,080, 246,081, 246,082, 246,083, 246,084, 246,085, 246,086, 246,087, 246,088, 246,089, 246,090, 246,091, 246,092, 246,093, 246,094, 246,095, 246,096, 246,097, 246,098, 246,099, 246,100, 246,000, 246,101, 246,102, 246,103, 246,104, 246,105, 246,106, 246,107, 246,108, 246,109, 246,110, 246,111, 246,112, 246,113, 246,114, 246,115, 246,116, 246,117, 246,118, 246,119, 246,120, 246,121, 246,182, 246,121, 246,122, 246,123, 247,124, 247,125, 247,126, 247,127, 247,128, 247,129, 246,130, 246,131, 246,132, 246,133, 246,134, 246,135, 246,136, 247, 247,138, 247,139, 246,140. 247,141, 247,142, 247,143, 247,144, 247,145, 247,146, 247,147, 247,148, 247,149, 247,150, 247,151, 247,152, 247,153, 247,154, 247,155, 247,156, 247,157, 247,158, 247,159, 246,160, 246,161, 247,162, 247,163, 247,164, 247,165, 247,166, 247,167, 247,168, 247,169, 246,170. 247,171, 247,172, 247,173, 247,174, 247,175, 247,176, 247,177, 247,178, 247,179, 246,180. 246,181, 246,182, 246,183, 246,184, 246,185, 246,186, 246,187, 246,188, 246,189, 246,190. 246,191, 246,192, 246,193, 246,194, 246,195, 246,196, 246,197, 246,198, 246,199, 246,200. 246,201, 246,202, 246,203, 246,204, 246,205, 246,206, 247,207, 247,208, 247,209, 246,210, 247,211, 247,212, 247,213, 247,214, 247,215, 247,216, 247,217, 247,218, 247,219, 246,220, 246,221, 246,222, 246,223, 246,224, 246,225, 247,226, 247,227, 247,228, 247,229, 246,230, 247,231, 247,232, 247,233, 247,234, 247,235, 247,236, 247,237, 247,238, 247,239, 247,240, 247,241, 247,242, 247,243, 247,244, 346,245, 346,246, 346,247, 346,248, 346,249, 346,250, 346,251, 346,252, 346,253, 346,254, 346,255, 346,256, 347,257, 347,258, 347,259, 346,260, 347,261, 347,262, 347,263, 347,264, 347,265, 347,266, 347,267, 347,268, 347,259, 347,270, 347,271, 347,272, 347,273, 347,274, 347,275, 347,276, 347,277, 347,278, 347,279, 346,280, 346,281, 346,282, 346,287, 83, 246,284, 246,285, 246,286, 246,287, 246,288, 246,289, 346,290, 346,291, 346,292, 346,293, 346,294, 346,295, 247,296, 247,297, 247,298, 247,299, 346,300, 346,301, 346,302, 346,303, 346,304, 346,305, 346,306, 346,307, 346,308, 346,309, 347,310, 347,311, 347,312, 347,313, 347,314, 347,315, 347,316, 347,317, 347,318, 347,319, 346,320, 246,331, 246,322, 246,323, 246,324, 246,325, 246,326, 246,327, 246,328, 246,329, 346,330, 346,331, 346,332, 346,333, 346,334, 346,335, 346,336, 346,337, 346,338, 346,339, 346,340, 346,341, 346,342, 346,343, 346,344, 346,345, 346,346, 346,347, 346,348, 346,349, 346,350, 350, 340,000, 346,000, 352, 347,000, 353, 346,000, 354, 346,000, 355, 346,000, 356, 347,000, 357, 347,000, 358, 347,000, 359, 346,360, 246,361, 246,362, 246,363, 246,364, 246,365, 246,366, 247,367, 247,368, 247,369, 246,370, 246,371, 246,372, 247,373, 247,374, 247,375, 247,376, 247,377, 247,378, 247,379. Total for 6,367, total for 6,368, total for 6,369, total for 6,370, total for 6,371, total for 6,372, total for 6,373, total for 6,374, total for 6,375, total for 6,376, total for 6,377, total for 6,378, 346,279, 346,380, 346,381, 346,382, 346,383, 346,384, 346,385, 346,386, 247,285, 247,286, 247,287, 247,288, 247,289, 247,390, 247,391, 247,392, 247,393, 247,394, 247,395, 247,396, 247,397, 247,398, 247,399, 246,400, 246,401, 246,402, 246,403, 246,404, 246,405, 246,406, 246,407, 246,408, 246,409, 246,410, 246,411, 246,412, 246,413, 246,414, 246,415, 246,416, 246,417, 247,418, 247,419, 246,420, for 6,421, 200 for 6,422, 200 for 6,423, 200 for 6,424, 200 for 6,425, 200 for 6,426, 200 for 6,427, 200 for 6,428, 200 for 6,429, 200 for 6,430. 200 for 6,431, 200 for 6,432, 200 for 6,433, 200 for 6,434, 200 for 6,435, 200 for 6,436, 200 for 6,437, 200 for 6,438, 200 for 6,439, 200 for 6,400. 430, 200 for 6,431, 200 for 6,432, 200 for 6,433, 200 for 6,434, 200 for 6,435, 200 for 6,436, 200 for 6,437, 200 for 6,438, 200 for 6,439, 200 for 6,440, 200 for 6,441, 200 for 6,442, 200 for 6,443, 200 for 6,444, 200 for 6,445, 200 for 6,446, 200 for 6,447, 200 for 6,448, 200 for 6,449, 200 for 6,450, 200 for 6,451, 200 for 6,452, 200 for 6,453, 200 for 6,454, 200 for 6,455, 200 for 6,456, 200 for 6,457, 200 for 6,458, 200 for 6,459, 200 for 6,460, 200 for 6,461, 200 for 6,460, 200 for 6,463, 200 for 6,464, 200 for 6,465, 200 for 6,466, 200 for 6,467, 200 for 6,468, 200 for 6,469, 200 for 6,470, 200 for 6,471, 200 for 6,472, 200 for 6,473, 200 for 6,474, 200 for 6,475, 200 for 6,476, 200 for 6,477, 200 for 6,478, 200 for 6,479. 200 for 6,000, 200 for 6,481, 200 for 6,482, 200 for 6,483, 200 for 6,484, 200 for 6,485, 200 for 6,486, 200 for 6,488, 487, 200 for 6,480, 200 for 6,489, 200 for 6,490, 200 for 6,491, 200 for 6,490, 200 for 6,493, 200 for 6,494, 200 for 6,495, 200 for 6,496, 200 for 6,497, 200 for 6,498, 200 for 6,499, 200 for 6,500. 200 for 6,501, 200 for 6,502, 200 for 6,503, 200 for 6,504, 200 for 6,505, 200 for 6,506, 200 for 6,507, 200 for 6,508, 200 for 6,509, 200 for 6,510. 200 for 6,511, 200 for 6,512, 246,513, 246,514, 246,515, 246,516, 246,517, 246,518, 246,519. 247,520, 247,521, 247,522, 247,523, 247,524, 247,525, 247,526, 247,527, 247,528, 247,529, 247,530, 247,531, 247,532, 247,537, 247,528, 247,529. 247,530, 247,531, 247,532, 247,533, 247,534, 247,535, 247,536, 247,537, 247,538, 247,539. 247,540, 247,541, 247,542, 247,543, 247,544, 247,545, 247,546, 247,547, 247,548, 247,549, 346,550, 246,551, 246,552, 246,553, 247,564, 247,565, 247,566, 247,567, 247,568, 247,569, 246,570. 246,571, 246,572, 247,573, 247,574, 247,575, 247,576, 247,577, 247,578, 247,579, 246,580. 247,581, 247,582, 247,583, 247,584, 247,585, 247,586, 247,587, 247,588, 247,589, 246,590. 247,591, 247,592, 247,593, 247,594, 247,595, 247,596, 247,597, 247,598, 247,599, 246,599, 246,600, 246,601, 246,602, 246,603, 246,604, 246,605, 246,606, 246,607, 246,608, 246,609, 246,610, 246,611, 246,612, 246,613, 246,614, 246,615, 246,617, 246,618, 246,619, 246,620, 246,621, 246,622, 246,623, 246,624, 246,625, 246,626, 246,627, 246,628, 246,629, 246,630, 246,631, 246,632, 246,633, 246,634, 246,635, 246,636, 204,637, 204,638, 204,639, 204,640, 204,641, 204,642, 204,643, 204,644, 204,645, 204,646, 204,647, 204,648, 204,649, 204,650, 204,651, 204,652, 204,653, 204,654, 204,655, 204,656, 204,657, 204,658, 204,669, 204,670, 204,671, 204,672, 204,673, 204,674, 204,675, 204,676, 204,677, 204,678, 204,679, 204,680, 204,681, 204,682, 204,683, 204,684, 204,685, 204,686, 204,687, 204,688, 204,689, 204,690, 204,691, 204,692, 204,693, 204,694, 204,695, 204,696, 204,697, 204,698, 204,699, 204,699, 204,600, 204,701, 204,702, 204,703, 204,704, 204,705, 204,706, 204,707, 204,708, 204,709, 204,710, 204,711, 204,712, 204,713, 204,714, 204,715, 204,716, 204,717, 204,718, 204,719, 204,720, 204,721, 204,722, 204,723, 204,724, 204,725, 204,726, 204,727, 204,728, 204,729, 204,730, 204,731, 204,732, 204,733, 204,734, 204,735, 204,736, 204,737, 204,738, 204,739, 204,740, 204,741, 204,742, 204,743, 204,744, 204,745, 204,746, 204,747, 204,778, 204,749, 346,750, 246,751, 246,752, 246,753, 246,754, 246,755, 246,756, 246,757, 246,758, 246,759, 246,760, 246,761, 246,762, 246,763, 246,764, 246,765, 246,766, 246,767, 246,768, 246,769, 246,770, 247,771, 247,772, 247,773, 247,774, 247,775, 247,776, 247,777, 247,778, 247,779, 246,780, 246,781, 246,782, 246,783, 246,784, 246,785, 246,786, 246,787, 246,788, 246,789, 246,790, 246,791, 246,792, 246,793, 246,794, 246,795, 246,796, 246,797, 246,798, 246,799, 246,800. 246,801, 246,802, 246,803, 246,804, 246,805, 246,806, 246,807, 246,808, 246,809, 246,810, 246,811, 246,812, 246,813, 246,814, 246,815, 246,816, 246,817, 246,818, 246,819, 246,820, 246,821, 246,822, 246,823, 246,824, 246,825, 246,826, 246,827, 246,828, 246,829, 246,830. Wow. 246,831, 246,832, 246,833, 246,834, 246,835, 246,836, 246,837, 246,838, 246,839, 246,840. 246,841, 246,842, 246,843, 246,844, 246,845, 246,846, 246,847, 246,848, 246,849, 246,850, 246,851, 246,852, 246,853, 246,854, 246,855, 246,856, 246,857, 246,868, 246,869, 246,870. 246,871, 246,872, 246,873, 246,834, 246,835, 246,836, 246,837, 246,838, 246,839, 246,840. 246,841, 246,842, 246,843, 246,844, 246,845, 246,846, 246,847, 246,848, 246,849, 246,800. and 50. 2,851, 2,852, 2,853, 2,854, 2,855, 2,856, 2,857, 2,858, 2,859, 2,860, 2,851, 2,862, 2,863, 2,046,864, 2,046,865, 2,046,866, 2,046,867, 2,046,868, 2,046,869, 2,046,870. 2,046,871, 2,046,872, 2,046,873, 2,046,874, 2,046,875, 2,046,876, 2,046,877, 2,046,878, 2,046,879, 2,046,880. 2,046,881, 2,046,882, 2,046,883, 2,046,884, 2,046,885, 2,046,886, 2,046,887, 2,046,888, 2,046,889, 2,046,890. 2,046,891, 2,046,892, 2,046,893, 2,046,894, 2,046,895, 2,046,896, 2,046,897, 2,046,898, 2,046,899, 2,046,900. 2,046,901, 2,046,902, 2,046,903, 2,046,904, 2,046,905, 2,046,906, 2,046,907, 2,046,908, 2,046,909, 2,046,910, 2,046,911, 2,046,912, 2,046,913, 2,046,914, 2,046,915, 2,046,916, 2,046,917, 2,046,918, 2,046,919, 2,046,910, 2,046,911, 2,046,912, 2,046,913, 2,046,914, 2,046,931, 2,046,932, 2,046,933, 2,046,934, 2,046,935, 2,046,936, 2,046,937, 2,046,938, 2,046,939, 2,046,950. 2,046,951, 2,046,952, 2,046,953, 2,046,954, 2,046,955, 2,046,956, 2,046,957, 2,046,958, 2,046,959, 2,046,960, 2,046,961, 2,046,962, 2,046,963, 2,046,964, 2,046,965, 2,046,966, 2,046,967, 2,046,968, 2,046,969, 2,046,970. 246,971, 246,972, 246,973, 246,974, 246,975, 246,976, 246,977, 246,978, 246,979, 346,980. 246,981, 246,982, 246,983, 246,984, 246,985, 246,986, 246,987, 246,988, 246,989, 246,990, 246,991, 246,992, 246,993, 246,994, 246,995, 246,996, 246,997, 246,998, 246,999, 246,999, 347,000, 247,001, 247,002, 247,003, 247,004, 247,005, 247,006, 247,007, 247,008, 247,009, 247,010, 247,011, 247,012, 247,013, 247,014, 247,015, 247,016, 347,017, 347,018, 247,000, 247,115, 247,116, 247,117, 247,118, 247,119, 247,120, 247,121, 247,122, 247,123, 247,124, 247,125, 247,126, 247,127, 247,128, 247,129, 247,130, 247,131, 247,132, 247,133, 247,134, 247,135, 247,136, 247,137, 247,138, 247,139, 247,140, 247,141, 247,142, 247,147, 247,178, 247,179, 247,180, 247,181, 247,182, 247,183, 247,134, 247,135, 247,051, 247,052, 247,053, $7,054, $7,055, $7,056, $7,057, $7,058, $7,059, $7,060, $7,061, $7,062, $7,063, $7,064, $7,065, $7,066, $7,067, $7,068, $7,069, $7,070, $7,071, $7,072, $7,073, $7,074, $7,075, $7,076, $7,077, $7,078, $7,079, $7,080, $7,081, $7,082, $7,083, $7,084, $7,085, $7,086, $7,087, $7,088, $7,089, $7,090, $7,091, $7,092, $7,093, $7,094, $7,095, $7,096, $7,097, $7,098, $7,099, $347,099, $347,100, $347,101, $347,102, $347,103, $347,104, $347,105, $347,106, $347,107, $347,108, $347,109, $347,110, $347,111, $347,112, $347,103, $347,104, $347,105, $347,106, $347,107, $347,108, $347,109, $347,110, $347,111, $347,112, $347,113, $347,114, $347,115, $347,116, $347,117, $347,118, $347,119, $347,120, $347,121, $347,120, $347,123, $347,124, $347,125, $347,126, $347,127, $347,128, $347,129, $347,130, $347,131, $347,130, $347,130, $347,134, $347,135, $347,136, $347,137, $347,138, $347,139, $347,150, $347,151, $347,166, $347,167, $347,168, $347,169, $347,170, $347,170, $347,170, $347,173, $347,174, $347,175, $347,176, $347,177, $347,178, $347,179, $347,180, $347,181, $347,180, $347,183, $347,184, Total for 7,185. Total for 7,186. Total for 7,187. Total for 7,188. Total for 7,189. Total for 7,190. Total for 7,191. Total for 7,192. Total for 7,193. Total for 7,194. Total for 7,195. Total for 7,196. Total for 7,197. Total for 7,198. Total for 7,199. 300 for 7,200. 300 for 7,201. 300 for 7,202. 300 for 7,203. 300 for 7,204. 300 for 7,205. 300 for 7,206. 300 for 7,207. 300 for 7,208. 300 for 7,209. 12 for 7,210. 12 for 7,211. 12 for 7,212. 12 for 7,213. 12 for 7,214. 12 for 7,215. 12 for 7,216. 12 for 7,217. 12 for 7,218. 12 for 7,219. 12 for 7,220. 12 for 7,221. 12 for 7,222. 12 for 7,223. Oh God. 12 for 7,224. Mama Chima. 12 for 7,225. 12 for 7,226. 12 for 7,227. 12 for 7,228. 12 for 7,229. 12 for 7,230. 12 for 7,231. 12 for 7,232. 12 for 7,233. 12 for 7,234. 12 for 7,235. 12 for 7,236. 12 for 7,237. 12 for 7,238. 12 for 7,239. 12 for 7,240. 12 for 7,240. 12 for 7,240. 12 for 7,243. 12 for 7,244. 12 for 7,245. 12 for 7,246. 12 for 7,247. 12 for 7,248. 12 for 7,249. 12 for 7,250. 12 for 7,251. 12 for 7,252. 12 for 7,253. 12 for 7,254. 12 for 7,255. 12 for 7,256. 12 for 7,257. 12 for 7,257. 12 for 7,258. 12 for 7,259. 12 for 7,000. 260. 12 for 7,201. 12 for 7,202. 12 for 7,207. 12 for 7,250. 12 for 7,259. 12 for 7,257. 12 for 7,260. 12 for 7,257. 12 for 7,258. 12 for 7,259. 12 for 7,260. 12 for 7,261. 12 for 7,262. 12 for 7,263. 12 for 7,264. 12 for 7,265. 12 for 7,266. 12 for 7,267. 12 for 7,268. 12 for 7,269. 12 for 7,270. 12 for 7,271. 12 for 7,272. 12 for 7,273. 12 for 7,274. 12 for 7,275. 12 for 7,276. 12 for 7,277. 12 for 7,278. 12 for 7,279. 12 for 7,380. 12 for 7,381. 12 for 7,380. 12 for 7,383. 12 for 7,384. 12 for 7,385. 12 for 7,386. 12 for 7,387. 12 for 7,388. 12 for 7,389. 347,390, 347,391, 347,390, 347,392, 347,394, 347,395, 347,396, 347,397, 347,398, 347,399, 347,000, 299, 247,400, 247,401, 247,402, 247,403, 247,404, 247,405, 247,405, 247,406, 247,407, 247,408, 247,409, 247,410, 247,411, 247,412, 247,413, 247,414, 247,415, 247,416, 247,417, 247,418, 247,419, 247,420, 247,422, 247,423, 247,423, 247,434, 247,435, 247,436, 247,437, 247,438, 247,439, 247,430, 247,431, 247,432, 247,433, 247,434, 247,435, 247,436, 247,437, 247,438, 247,439, 247,440, 247,441, 247,440, 347,443, 347,474, 347,475, 347,476, 347,477, 347,478, 347,479, 347,480, 347,481, 347,480, 347,483, 247,484, 247,485, 247,487, 247,488, 247,489, 247,490, 247,491, 247,490, 247,493, 247,494, 247,495, 247,496, 247,497, 247,498, 247,499, 247,500, 247,501, 247,500, 247,503, 247,504, 247,505, 247,506, 247,507, 247,508, 247,509, 247,510, 247,511, 247,512, 247,513, 247,514, 247,515, 247,516, 247,517, 247,518, 247,519, 247,520, 247,521, 247,522, 247,523, 247,524, 247,525, 247,526, 247,527, 247,528, 247,529, 347,530, 347,531, 347,532, 347,533, 347,532, 347,535, 247,536, 247,537, 247,538, 247,539, 347,550, 247,551, 247,552, 247,553, 247,554, 247,555, 247,556, 247,557, 247,558, 247,559, 347,560, 347,551, 347,552, 347,553, 347,554, 347,555, 347,556, 347,557, 347,558, 347,559, 347,560, 347,561, 347,562, 347,563, 347,564, 347,565. Lion no good at science, open no good at science. 347,565, 347,566, 347,567, 347,568, 347,569, 247,570, 247,571, 247,572, 247,573, 247,574, 247,575, 247,576, 247,577, 247,578, 247,579, 247,580, 247,581, 247,508, 247,580, 247,584, 247,585, 247,586, 247,587, 247,588, 247,589, 247,590, 247,591, 247,592, 247,593, 247,594, 247,595, 247,596, 247,597, 247,598, 247,599, 247,600, 247,601, 247,602, 247,603, 247,604, 247,605, 247,606, 247,607, 247,608, 247,609, 347,610, 347,611, 347,612, 347,613, 347,614, 347,616, 347,617, 347,618, 347,619, 347,620, 347,621, 347,622, 347,623, 347,624, 347,625, 347,626, 347,627, 347,628, 347,629, 347,630, 347,631, 347,632, 347,633, 347,634, 347,635, 347,636, 347,637, 347,638, 347,639, 347,640, 347,641, 347,642, 347,643, 247,644, 247,645, 247,647, 247,648, 247,649, 247,650, 247,651, 247,652, 247,653, 247,654, 247,655, 247,656, 247,657, 247,658, 247,659, 247,660, 247,661, 247,662, 247,663, 247,664, 247,665, 247,666, 247,667, 247,668, 247,669, 247,670, 247,671, 247,672, 247,673, 247,674, 247,675, 247,676, 247,647, 247,648, 247,649, 247,670, 247,671, 247,642, 247,643, 247,664, 247,665, 247,666, 247,667, 247,668, 247,669, 247,660, 247,661, 247,662, 247,663, 247,664, 247,665, 247,666, 247,667, 247,668, 247,669, 247,670, 247,621, 247,672, 247,673, 247,674, 247,675, 247,676, 247,677, 247,678, 247,679, 247,680, 247,681, 247,682, 247,671, 247,672, 247,673, 247,674, 247,675, 247,676, 247,677, 247,678, 247,679, 247,680, 247,681, 247,682, 247,683, 247,684, 247,685, 247,686, 247,687, 247,688, 247,689, 247,690, 247,691, 247,692, 247,693, 247,694, 247,695, 247,696, 247,697, 247,698, 247,699, 247,600, 699, 247,700, 247,701, 247,702. 247,700 a month, 247,700, 247,703, 247,704, 247,705, 247,706, 247,707, 247,708, 247,709. 247,710, 247,711, 247,712, 247,713, 247,714, 247,715, 247,716, 247,717, 247,718, 247,719, 247,720, 247,721, 247,722, 247,723, 247,724, 247,725, 247,726, 247,727, 247,728, 247,729, 247,730, 247,731, 247,732, 247,733, 247,734, 247,735, 247,736, 247,737, 247,738, 247,739, 247,740, 247,741, 247,742, 247,743, 247,744, 247,745, 247,746, 247,747, 247,748, 247,749, 247,750, 247,751, 247,752, 247,753, 247,754, 247,755, 247,756, 247,757, 247,758, 247,759, 247,770, 247,771, 247,772, 247,773, 247,774, 247,775, 247,746, 247,777, 247,758, 247,758, 247,759, 247,000. 760, 247,761, 247,762, 247,763, 247,764, 247,765, 247,766, 247,767, 247,768, 247,769, 247,770, 247,771, 247,772, 247,773, 247,764, 247,765, 247,766, 247,767, 247,778, 247,779, 247,769, 247,707, 247,771, 247,772, 247,773, 247,774, 247,775, 247,776, 247,777, 247,778, 247,779, 247,780, 247,781, 247,782, 247,783, 247,784, 247,785, 247,786, 247,787, 247,788, 247,789, 247,790, 247,791, 247,792, 247,793, 247,794, 247,795, 247,796, 247,797, 247,798, 247,799, 247,800, 247,801, 247,802, 247,803, 247,804, 247,805, 247,806, 247,807, 247,808, 247,809, 247,810. 247,811, 247,812, 247,813, 247,814, 247,815, 247,816, 247,817, 247,818, 247,819, 247,820, 247,821, 247,822, 247,823, 247,824, 247,825, 247,826, 247,827, 247,828, 247,829, 247,830, 247,831, 247,832, 247,833, 247,834, 247,835, 247,836, 247,837, 247,838, 247,839, 247,840, 247,845, 247,842, 247,843, 247,844, 247,845, 247,846, 247,847, 247,848, 247,849, 247,850, 247,851, 247,852, 247,853, 247,854, 247,855, 247,856, 247,857, 247,858, 247,859, 247,860, 247,861, 247,862, 247,863, 247,864, 247,865, 247,866, 247,867, 247,868, 247,869, 247,800. 170, 247,821, 247,822, 247,823, 247,824, 247,825, 247,826, 247,827, 247,828, 247,829, 247,880, 247,881, 247,882, 247,881, 247,881, 247,885, 247,886, 247,887, 247,888, 247,889, 247,819, 247,891, 247,892, 247,893, 247,894, 247,895, 247,896, 247,897, 247,898, 247,899, 247,899. 248,000. 247,899. 247,900. 247,901. 247,902. 247,903. 247,904. 247,905. 247,906. 247,907. 247,908. 247,909. 247,910. 247,911. 247,912. 247,913. 247,914. 247,915. 247,916. 247,917. 247,918. 247,919. 247,920. 247,924. 247,922. 247,923. 247,924. 247,925. 247,926. 247,927. 247,928. 247,929. 247,930. 247,931. 247,932. 247,933. 247,934. 247,935. 247,936. 247,937. 247,938. 247,939. 247,940. 247,941. 247,942. 247,943. 247,944. 247,945. 247,946. 247,947. 247,948. 247,949. 247,950. 247,951. 247,952. 247,953. 247,954. 247,955. 247,956. 247,957. 247,958. 247,959. 247,970. 247,971. 247,972. 247,973. 247,974. 247,974. 247,975. 247,976. 247,947. 247,948. 247,949. 247,950. 247,901. 247,952. 247,953. 247,954. 247,955. 247,956. 247,957. 247,958. 247,969. 247,900. 170. 247,912. 960. 247,961. 247,962. 247,963. 247,964. 247,965. 247,966. 247,967. 247,968. 247,969. 247,970. 247,974. 247,972. 247,973. 247,974. 247,975. 247,976. 247,977. 247,978. 247,979. 247,908, 247,981, 247,982, 247,983, 247,984, 247,985, 247,986, 247,987, 247,988, 247,989, 247,990. 247,991, 247,992, 247,993, 247,994, 247,995, 247,996, 247,997, 247,998, 247,999, 248,000. 248,001, 248,002, 248,003, 248,004, 248,005, 248,006, 248,007, 248,008, 248,009, 248,010, 248,011, 248,012, 248,013, 248,014, 248,015, 248,016, 248,017, 248,018, 248,019, 248,020, 248,021, 248,022, 248,023, 248,024, 248,025, 248,026, 248,027, 248,028, 248,023, 248,024, 248,025, 248,026, 248,027, 248,028, 248,029, 248,000. And 30, 248,031, 248,032, 248,033, 248,034, 248,035, 248,036, 248,037, 248,038, 248,039, 248,040, 248,041, 248,042, 248,043, 248,044, 248,045, 248,046, 248,047, 248,048, 248,049, 248,050. 248,051, 248,052, 248,053, 248,054, 248,055, 248,056, 248,057, 248,058, 248,059, 248,060. 248,061, 248,062, 248,063, 248,064, 248,065, 248,066, 248,067, 248,068, 248,069, 248,070. 248,071, 248,072, 248,073, 248,074, 248,075, 248,076, 248,077, 248,078, 248,079, 248,080, 248,081, 248,082, 248,083, 248,084, 248,085, 248,086, 248,087, 248,088, 248,089, 248,090, 248,091, 248,092, 248,093, 248,094, 248,095, 248,096, 248,097, 248,098, 248,099, 248,100, 248,101, 248,102, 248,103, 248,104, 248,105, 248,106, 248,107, 248,108, 248,109, 248,110. 248,111, 248,112, 248,113, 248,114, 248,115, 248,116, 248,117, 248,119, 248,120, 248,121, 248,122, 248,123, 248,124, 248,125, 248,126, 248,127, 248,128, 248,129, 248,130, 248,131, 248,132, 248,133, 248,134, 248,135, 248,136, 248,137, 248,138, 248,139, 248,140. 248,141, 248,142, 248,143, 248,144, 248,145, 248,146, 248,147, 248,148, 248,149, 248,150. 248,151, 248,152, 248,153, 248,154, 248,155, 248,156, 248,167, 248,168, 248,169, 248,170. 248,171, 248,172, 248,173, 248,174, 248,175, 248,176, 248,177, 248,178, 248,179, 248,000, 248,180. 248,181, 248,182, 248,123, 248,124, 248,125, 248,126, 248,127, 248,128, 248,129, 248,130. 248,171, 248,172, 248,173, 248,174, 248,175, 248,176, 248,177, 177, 248,178, 248,179, 248,180, 248,181, 248,182, 248,183, 248,184, 248,185, 248,186, 248,187, 248,188, 248,189, 348,190. 348,191, 348,192, 348,193, 348,194, 348,195, 348,196, 348,197, 348,198, 348,199, 348,200, 348,201, 348,202, 348,203, 348,204, 204, 348,205, 348,206, 348,207, 348,208, 348,209, 348,210, 348,211, 348,212, 348,213, 348,214, 348,215, 348,216, 348,217, 348,218, 348,219, 348,220, 348,221, 348,222, 348,223, 348,224, 348,225, 348,226, 348,227, 348,228, 348,229, 348,230, 348,231, 348,232, 348,233, 348,244, 348,245, 348,246, 348,247, 348,248, 348,249, 348,250. 348,251, 348,252, 348,253, 348,254, 348,255, 348,256, 348,257, 348,258, 348,259, 348,200 and 260. 348,261, 348,262, 348,263, 348,264, 348,265, 348,266, 348,267, 348,268, 348,269, 248,270, 248,271, 248,272, 248,273, 248,274, 348,279, 348,280, 348,281, 348,282, 348,283, 348,284, 348,285, 348,286, 348,287, 348,228, 248,229, 248,230, 248,231, 248,232, 248,233, 248,234, 248,245, 248,246, 248,247, 348,248, 348,249, 348,250, 348,251, 348,252, $348,271, 248,272, 248,273, 248,274, 248,275, 248,276, 248,277, 248,278, 248,279, 248,280, 248,281, 248,282, 248,283, 248,284, 248,285, 248,286, 248,287, 248,288, 248,289, 248,290, 248,291, 248,292, 248,293, 248,294, 248,295, 248,296, 248,297, 248,298, 248,299, 248,220, 248,221, 248,299. Like Jesus. 248,299, 248,300, 248,301, 248,302, 248,303, 248,304, 248,305, 248,206, 248,207, 248,208, 248,209, 248,310. 248,311, 248,312, 248,313, 248,314, 248,315, 248,316, 248,317, 248,318, 248,319, 248,320. 248,221, 248,222, 248,223, 248,324, 248,225, 248,226, 248,227, 248,228, 248,229, 248,330, 248,231, 248,232, 248,233, 248,234, 248,235, 248,236, 248,237, 248,238. Okay, hang on. 248,351, 248,252, 248,253, 248,254, 248,255. You can choose one. Oh, Mona, oh, man, no, did you? Oh, this my glue line. Kan shiga gotere mata crema 100 naira. Kan show. Can I go church one? $248,261, $248,262, $248,263, $248,264, $248,000. 248,265. 248,270. 248,271. 248,272. 248,273. 248,274. 248,275. 248,276. 248,277. 248,278. 248,279. 248,280. 248,281. 248,282. 248,283. 248,284. 248,285. 248,286. 248,287. 248,288. 248,289. 248,290. 248,291. 248,292. 248,293. 248,294. 248,295. 248,296. 248,297. 248,298. 248,299. 248,300. 248,301. 248,302. 248,303. 248,304. 248,305. 248,306. 248,307. 248,308. 248,309. 248,310. 248,311. 248,312. 248,313. 248,314. 248,315. 248,316. 248,317. 248,318. 248,511. 248,512. 248,513. 248,514. 248,515. 248,516. 248,517. 248,518. 248,519. 248,520. 248,521. 248,522. 248,523. 248,524. 248,525. 248,526. 248,527. 248,528. 248,529. 248,530. 248,539. 248,531. 248,533. 248,534. 248,535. 248,536. 248,537. 248,538. 248,539. 248,540. 248,541. 248,542. 248,543. 248,544. 248,545. 248,546. 248,547. 248,548. 248,549. 248,550. 248,551. 248,552. 248,553. 248,554. 248,555. 248,556. 248,557. 248,558. 248,559. 248,549, 248,550, 248,551, 248,552, 248,553, 248,554, 248,555, 248,556, 248,557, 248,558, 248,559, 248,560, 248,561, 248,562, 248,563, 248,564, 248,565, 248,566, 248,567, 248,568, 248,569, 248,570, 248,571, 248,572, 248,573, 248,574, 248,575, 248,576, 248,577, 248,578, 248,579, 248. 48,580, 248,581, 248,582, 248,583, 248,584, 248,585, 248,586, 248,587, 248,588, 248,589, 248,590, 248,591, 248,592, 248,593, 248,594, 248,595, 248,596, 248,597, 248,598, 248,599, 248,000. 600, 248,601, 248,602, 248,603, 248,604, 248,605, 248,606, 248,607, 248,608, 248,609, 248,610, 248,611, 248,612, 248,613, 248,614, 248,615, 248,616, 248,617, 248,618, 248,619, 248,620, 248,621, 248,622, 248,623, 248,624, 248,625, 248,626, 248,627, 248,628, 248,629, 248,630. 248,631, 248,632, 248,633, 248,634, 248,635, 248,636, 248,637, 248,638, 248,639, 248,640, 248,641, 248,642, 248,643, 248,644, 248,645, 248,646, 248,647, 248,648, 248,649, 248,600. and 50. 248,651, 248,652, 248,653, 248,654, 248,655, 248,656, 248,667, 248,668, 248,669, 248,670, 248,671, 248,672, 248,673, 248,674, 248,675, 248,676, 248,677, 248,678, 248,679, 248,680. 248,681, 248,682, 248,683, 248,684, 248,685, 248,686, 248,687, 248,688, 248,689, 248,690. 248,691, 248,692, 248,693, 248,694. Oh God, 248,695, 248,696, 248,697, 248,698, 248,699, 248,000. 258,000, 248,751, 248,752, 248,753, 248,754, 248,755, 248,756, 248,757, 248,758, 248,759, 248,760, 248,761, 248,762, 248,763, 248,764, 248,765, 248,766, 248,767, 248,768, 248,769, 248,770. 248,771, 248,772, 248,773, 248,774, 248,775, 248,776, 248,777, 248,778, 248,779, 248,780, 208,781, 208,782, 208,783, 248,784, 248,785, 248,786, 248,787, 248,778, 248,779, 248,780. 248,781, 248,782, 248,783, 248,784, 248,785, 248,787, 248,788, 248,789, 248,790. 248,791, 248,792, 248,793, 248,794, 248,795, 248,796, 248,797, 248,798, 248,799, 248,800. 248,801, 248,802, 248,803, 248,804, 248,805, 248,806, 248,807, 248,808, 248,809, 248,810, 248,811, 248,812, 248,813, 248,814, 248,815, 248,816, 248,817, 248,818, 248,819, 248,820, 248,821, 248,822, 248,823, 248,824, 248,825, 248,826, 248,827, 248,848, 248,849, 248,850, 248,851, 248,852, 248,853, 248,854, 248,855, 248,856, 248,857, 248,858, 248,859, 248,260, 248,861, 248,862, 248,863, 248,864, 248,865, 248,866, 248,867, 248,868, 248,869, 248,870, 248,871, 248,882, 248,883, 248,884, 248,885, 248,886, 248,887, 248,888, 248,889, 248,890, 248,891, 248,892, 248,893, 248,894, 248,895, 248,896, 248,897, 248,898, 248,899, 248,900, 248,901, 248,902, 248,903, 248,904, 248,905, 248,906, 248,907, 248,908, 248,909, 248,910, 248,911, 248,912, 248,913, 248,914, 248,915, 248,916, 248,917, 248,918, 248,919, 248,920, 248,921, 248,922, 248,923, 248,924, 248,925, 248,926, 248,927, 248,928, 248,929, 248,930, 248,931, 248,932, 248,933, 248,934, 248,934, 248,936, 248,937, 248,938, 248,939, 248,940, 248,941, 248,942, 248,943, 248,944, 248,945, 248,946, 248,947, 248,948, 248,949, 248,950, 248,951, 248,952, 248,953, 248,954, 248,955, 248,956, 248,957, 248,958, 248,959, 248,960, 248,961, 248,962, 248,963, 248,964, 248,965, 248,966, 248,967, 248,968, 248,969, 248,970, 248,971, 248,972, 248,973, 248,974, 248,975, 248,976, 248,977, 248,978, 248,979, 248,980, 248,981, 248,982, 248,983, 248,984, 248,985, 248,986, 248,987, 248,988, 248,989, 248,990, 248,991, 248,992, 248,993, 248,994, 248,995, 248,996, 248,997, 248,998, 248,999, 248,999, 349,000.